Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2026 Summit Livestock Show. Coming in the ring now will be Class 1 Prospect Heifers. There are 6 entries in the class. That's okay. Class 2, please make your way ringside. This is your final call. Class 2, please make your way ringside. Class 3, this is your second call. We want to remind everybody that the show is being live streamed through Ringside Live. Visit ringsidelive.co to view all these shows this weekend. And join me in welcoming our judges in Ring A this morning, Bodie and Jesse Schliff. They are from El Paso, Illinois, where they manage and sell cattle operations of Tree Lane Farms, a 250 head seed stock operation. Bodie and Jesse both graduated from Oklahoma State with animal science degrees and were both members of the national championship judging teams there. Bodie currently works as a sales rep for SC Sales, and Jesse owns an agricultural marketing agency with her sister Ashley.
Well, good morning. Certainly a pleasure to be here in Sioux Falls, and excited to work alongside my wife and then my brother over in the other ring. I know that maybe we kind of got pulled off the bench, but nonetheless, we're very, very excited to be here, and an awesome way to start with our prospect market heifers. And these two young people here with their kind of Charolais influenced heifers, certainly very, very high quality. We like them as they were set up over here just a minute ago with the young ladies kind of pinch heifer here to go ahead and lead off this class. And if you can't find quality in this heifer, man, I think you're trying not to like her, because there's so many things about this female that is just so good. Starting at the ground, and probably the biggest improvement we see with her over the one behind her is just her hind foot, her hind leg posture, still dense and stout in that regard. She's got more than enough muscle and shape for where she's at in terms of her maturity and age, a female that is just so good in her balance and attractiveness as well. You know, is she quite as level and nice out through her hip as that female that comes into? Is she quite as high tying as the one that comes into? Probably not, but we think her structure advantage in terms of her hind leg probably sorts that pair for us a very, very nice one. The young lady's white heifer as well is incredibly good. Like I said, high tying, cool looking up front. We do think she's a little leveler and squarer out through her hip, and she's got more than enough mass and stoutness. She's bold-bodied, she's big-hipped, more than enough heaviness of structure to her. We thought she was just a little bit more uncoordinated in terms of how she went to the ground, and her hock and her hind leg, maybe not quite as much flex in terms of her knee, although it is fit very nice. Just didn't see her pulling together in quite an elite structure package as that one that wins, but a very good female to be into. Young man's black heifer is just so solid, a kind of a meat and potatoes kind of female. Love her rib shape and her body, still got an attractive look and has the ability to set her head high at the top side of her shoulder. We thought she was maybe just a little plainer at the top side of her hip. When you study her in terms of shape, not quite the density at the surface as you see in those top two, but man, that's a nice heifer. Standing still, the young man's black heifer here is really, really good and gives you a killer look. She's big shaped, she's big hipped, she's heavy structured. The issue is when we get her into motion, that's where she kind of lands in this class for us. Just need to free her up in terms of her hind leg, allow her to be more flexible in terms of her skeleton. Kind of a challenging pair here on the bottom, even though both cattle have very much a tremendous amount of quality. They're different in type and kind. A little more comfortable with the young lady's red heifer in terms of her structure and her ability to go. Thought she maybe just designed up a little bit better out through her hip. The young lady rounds out the class here with one that's certainly got muscle and shape. Just want to redesign her from a skeletal standpoint. But awesome class, really good top pair.
Results of class number 1. First place goes to Brenda Boyer. Second place goes to Elizabeth Shable. Third place goes to Dawson Blackford. Fourth place goes to Miles Prinz. Fifth place goes to Gracie Burns. And sixth place goes to Caitlin Fries. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Coming in the ring now is class number 2, Prospect Heifers. There should be 7 entries in the class. Class 3, this is your final call. Please make your way ringside.
Another really, really good class, and depth of quality runs all the way to the bottom end of this class. And we honestly had a lot of debate and discussion amongst this top pair. I think it's very, very close. Both these offer a tremendous amount of quality, and honestly, both of them have some areas that we'd like to tweak on them structurally. Ultimately, as we back off them, study them, and watch them walk around the ring one more time, the one we're most comfortable to start with is the young lady's white one here up front. And when we study these from the side and when we get in front and behind them, we just read this heifer to be more genuine underneath in terms of her center body shape and her rib cage design, her added spread, width, and bulk right at the top side of her skeleton. And then when you study this one in terms of front end posture, we still read this one to be square and truer in terms of her front knee. As they get out and go, we'd ideally like to give both of these heifers a shot more reach and flex there in terms of their hind leg construction, and yet still when we get in behind this pair, even though this heifer doesn't have the most flex to her hind leg, we still read it to be square and more secure from behind as she turns and goes away from us. Is she just as tidy at the top side of her neck and the way that she comes in at the apex of her shoulder as our heifer in second? No, probably not. And when they're standing still, that's probably where we really, really like this heifer. We think she's a little bit fresher in terms of her head shape and the top side of her crest and her neck. She's laid in smoother in terms of her shoulder, comes back really, really nice in terms of her lines. When we set this heifer into motion, and you can even see it when she's parked there, she gets a little bit wide there in terms of her front end build down by her knee, not perfectly square to the surface. And then as she gets out and goes, I think the set to her hock from the side reads nice, maybe just doesn't offer the most reach and flex, stability and squareness when we step in behind her and she turns and goes away from us. But a really, really high quality, highly presented one to land in too. I love a lot of things about this black heifer when she's standing still. One that's presented very, very nicely, tall shouldered, long and extended, good in terms of her lines when she's there on the standstill. A female that's actually big, big muscled when we get on top of that heifer, square out of the backside of her blade, and really, really big in terms of her upper hip. We probably wish that translated better all the way to the base of her skeleton. You get this view right here, and she wants to funnel to the base of her skeleton. We'd like to give her a little bit bigger foot underneath of her as well, but I like the presentation and the added look. Thought it was close between 4 and 5 here. Thought the smoke heifer probably had the advantage just in terms of center body, rib cage, and some added flexibility when we set those cattle into motion. Probably not as muscular, fresh, and stout bone as the cattle that come in front of her, which is why she sorts down a little further in this class today. I like the extension and the expression at the top side of this black and white female skeleton. One that's probably sharper, more attractive on the top side of her neck than the smoky heifer. One that maybe read just a little harsher right there in the center portion of her body. She gets a little high twisted as well when we get this view directly behind her. A really stout, chunky one comes next. This one's bold in terms of her center body. A female that for this stage probably just has a little extra condition, doesn't read as fresh in terms of her muscle shape, and as she gets out and goes, we just need to see that one read with more flex and reach off of either end. A big scaled female comes next. It's really expressive up high. We need to see her come equipped with just more center body and flesh to move any higher today. Good class. My compliments to all those exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results of class number 2 prospect heifers. First place goes to Ellie Olson. Second place goes to Kiana Hazel. Third place goes to Weston Hanson. Fourth place goes to Samuel Joyce. Fifth place goes to Kaylee Bruns. Sixth place goes to Peyton Hodap. And seventh place goes to Bennett Landman. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Coming in the ring now is class number 3 prospect heifers. There are 8 entries in the class. Class number 4, Angus Prospect Market Calf. Please make your way ringside. Class 5, this is your first call for Charolais Char Composite Prospect Market Calves.
Well, another very good class over here in our market heifers. But with that being said, we think one that kind of walked in and was the place to start and grab a hold of. As soon as she hit the ring, young lady's got a very nice black heifer here that just oozes quality, attractive, level-hipped, more than enough muscle. She spreads nicely out of the back of her shoulder. She's big-hipped, just balances and gives you a tremendous amount of quality and symmetry. When you get off to the side of her, she's comfortable and very flexible, very sound when we get her into motion. At times, maybe she gets just a little extra set to her hind leg. It can get just a little bit excessive there. It doesn't take away from her comfort at all. Maybe just not quite as aesthetically pleasing on the move, but standing still, the young lady's got her presented awfully good. Maybe not the widest at the base of her skeleton as she travels, but man, you talk about one that is just very high quality, presented awesome. Congratulations to that young lady. Young man's got a really solid one here in the cowboy hat that comes here in two, and this female we think is just very basic in terms of her build. She gets out and handles herself extremely nice in terms of her flexibility and her range of motion. She's a female that is actually incredibly long-bodied and a female that's impressive to kind of keep everything together and in line in terms of her top line when we get her into motion. With that being said, I think it takes away some bulk and some density as you compare to that one right in front. We can open her up just a little bit to make her play with that one up on top, but a very sound, basic female that's hard to pick major holes in. Standing still, we like this young lady's red and white one, and she is going to be really fun for someone to breed on. Neat looking, high tying, big hipped, really powerful when you step in behind her, heavy structured as well. We thought she was a little more vertical in terms of her hock when we got her into motion. Probably just give her a shade more flex in that regard, but a really cool individual. It's going to be fun to breed on. Young lady comes next with another female that we think's got a lot of quality just in terms of her strength at top line. A female that once again we thought was very comfortable when we got her into motion. She's a little plainer about her muzzle and how she blends up front. Then honestly, when the young lady was up front and probably had just a little bit of the bad luck of being the first one in, it was hard to get her to balance in proportion. This is probably the best look what we've got of her, but I think a very high quality female that just maybe didn't want to pull it together quite as nicely today in this particular class. Big pieces found in the young lady's Brockle heifer that comes next. Long necked, level hipped, big boned, heavy structured, like all those things about her. You step in behind her when she goes and get off to this 3/4 view. She wants to flatten up in terms of her rib cage and pull her hind leg just a little bit. Want to open her up and just make her a shade more genuine. Young lady comes next with a Brockle female that once again, very basic, like her body, like her mass, like her doability in terms of her rib and her center body. She's a little bit plainer about her feature, not quite as heavy stout in terms of her hind leg design. Young lady comes next with one that's really long and extended. You like her levelness and strength down her top line. Need to soften her up and make her just a little bit more durable in terms of her rib and her center. Then the young lady did a great job here rounding out the class with a female that's got better days ahead of her. Just needs more time on feed to bulk up and mass up to play in this particular class. Good class of females. Congratulations to them.
Results of class number 3 prospect heifers. First place goes to Natalie McKenna. Second place goes to Tice Holm. Third place goes to Olivia Moen. Fourth place goes to Aubrey Wallace. Fifth place goes to Baylor Bolke. Sixth place goes to Adelie Bonin. Seventh place goes to Paisley Weltheimer. Eighth place goes to Harper Van Meteren. Coming in the ring now is your first places out of your class 1, 2, and 3 prospect heifers for champion reserve prospect heifer.
Well, an awesome division to get the day started, and all three of our class winners, even the respective seconds, brought a lot of quality to the table. To talk about them just a little bit briefly here, this peach heifer that won our first class is just so high quality, and she's juvenile and young out here, but still reads right in terms of her muscle pattern, her freshness. It still reads like one that has a lot of bright and fun days ahead of her. Young lady's doing an awesome job of getting this one presented. A female that, like we talked, she won that particular class because of her hip and her hind leg construction, her added foot size and flexibility directly at the surface. When you get her back out here, she is maybe just a little bit more juvenile compared to a few of the others. Maybe not just the most angular in terms of her front knee, but man, that one, it just oozes quality. Love her hip and hind leg construction, and like I said, going to be a fun one to still have around in the barn. The white heifer out of the second class won in a top pair, and she did so because of her added bulk, density, and mass. This heifer is probably the best in regards to her center body dimension compared to either cattle on either side of her. Really big and square in the way she feeds out of the backside of her shoulder blade, and big in terms of her upper hip. Like we talked in that class, she's not perfect structurally in terms of the reach of her hind leg, but within that pair, thought she just had the advantage in terms of squareness underneath and stability as she turned and walked away from us compared to the cattle on either side of her. And even though she is the boldest and most opened up, she's probably not as trendy and attractive at the top side of her neck and the way that she lays into her shoulder either. The black heifer that just came out of that last class, as Bodie talked, is just really, really high quality and what I would call very, very complete. Maybe a female that doesn't just wow you in any one particular area in terms of bone, some added look, or muscle, but a female that's good and checks all the boxes in those particular areas. One that's good in terms of her balance and her proportionality out here. A female that gets out and reaches extremely well off the either end. Like we talked, if anything, she's maybe got a little extra set to her hind leg, and it's not the most attractive as she gets out and goes. She's probably not as wide and opened up underneath as the one directly in front of her, but still one that you wouldn't by any means call light muscled. Very, very high quality and complete one to stand out here and close out our lineup. We're going to look one more time and show you the order that we like them for champion and reserve. If you would, ringside, let's put our hands together for these market heifer exhibitors.
Congratulations to our champion prospect heifer out of Class 3, shown by Natalie McKenna. Coming in contention for reserve is Tice Holm. Your reserve champion prospect heifer comes out of Class number 1, shown by Brindle Boyert. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Coming in the ring now is class number 4, Angus Prospect Market Calves. There's a single entry class. Class 6, Charolais composite Prospect Market Calves. This is your second call. Class 6, this is your second call.
Well, just a single entry over here in our Angus Steer Show, but you get off to the side of this guy and profile him. He can give you an awesome look. He's high tying. He's cool-headed, level in terms of his top line. All his lines and balance and symmetry read very, very good, and gets out and travels nicely as well. Is he the heaviest muscled or the stoutest one underneath? Probably not, but Lord willing, he'll kind of continue on with feed and come with a little bit more mass and shape and power because certainly his balance and his structure future certainly allows him to be very competitive no matter where he wants to go. So congratulations to her. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our single entry and champion Angus Prospect Market calf, shown by Olivia Lonkerich. Coming in the ring now is class number 5, Charolais composite Prospect Market calves. There are 3 entries in the class. Class 6, this is your final call. Please make your way ringside. Class 7, this is your first call. Please make your way ringside.
An interesting pair that sorts up in the trio of this particular class, and you really have to decide what you're going to land on, whether it's muscularity, quality and look, or some structural integrity. I guess for us as we get them out here, the one that we can just tie into more things is this gold calf standing here directly in front of us. And first and foremost, when you study this guy right here from the profile and he props himself up, I think he's better in terms of his head shape, better on the bottom side of his neck and the lower base of his shoulder, and then just draws back probably more attractive in terms of his lines and his hip length when we study him here from the profile. Then more impressively, when you get him behind that calf, even with his added freshness and attractiveness there from the side, this one's quite a bit better in terms of his genuine muscularity and shape. He's square out of the backside of his blade, bigger in terms of his upper hip, and he better maintains that all the way at the base of his skeleton. Where we get critical on this guy is when we set him into motion, particularly his hind leg. I think he's a little bit more straight. In terms of the angle of his hock, probably doesn't have as much foot size, and because of that, he's not the squarest in the way that he sets down his foot directly at the surface. We're willing to compromise on that, though, in this particular class, just because of his added quality as his intangibles of freshness and muscularity up high. Absolutely no doubt, when we set this pair into motion, this lighter colored calf does have the advantage in terms of looseness of skeleton, fluidity of his lower joints, added foot size, and just flexibility directly at the surface. We like those things about that calf No doubt he's got the better hip and hind leg construction. With that, though, we think he probably is able to get out and go around the ring and nickel better, probably because he doesn't have as much to him. When you step in behind this calf, for as much added lower shoulder as he has, he's actually flatter in terms of his forerib shape. Because of that, he's not as square and genuine out of the backside of his blade, not as big in terms of his upper hip, and could use just an extra shot of muscle down there in the seat of his pants. But we love that guy's structure. We love his quality of his hip and his hind leg. No doubt, a calf that comes next just got into a tough class. He's greener in terms of his condition today and has given up quite a bit in terms of just muscularity and some added stoutness and eye appeal here, but we still do appreciate that calf in terms of his fluidity, emotion. Let's give that young lady a nice round of applause as she exits for hanging with it.
Results of class number 5, Charolais Shar Composite Prospect Market Calves. First place goes to Lauren Johnson. Second place goes to Natalie Ferk. And third place goes to Lainey Lorch. Coming in the ring now is class 6. There are 4 entries in the class. Class 7, please make your way ringside. Class 8, this is your first call.
as we get into Class 2 of our Charolais steers here. Certainly 4 high-quality ones come in, and a logical place to start here for me and Jess, and a calf that probably just does the most right things in terms of fat steer feature, in terms of structure, in terms of having some density and stoutness when you get in behind him in terms of his hip. A calf that we think gets out and travels relatively well in terms of his feet and legs. He's a chunky-bodied kind of calf, really good in terms of his center rib, and kind of got a fat steer feature about him, and a calf that's still, when that young lady gets him stopped and propped up, gives you an awesome balanced look from the profile. I'll be the first to tell you, I don't know if I'm smart enough to know. To me, he's maybe just a little bit mature and a little bit pushed along in terms of his condition. Maybe like to shape him up just a little bit, but there's no denying that he needs to win this class. Young lady comes next with a calf here that's got a lot of cool parts to him. I like how he ties his head at the top side of his shoulder. I like his heaviness of structure in terms of his stoutness of hind leg. He's got some shape when you step in behind him. Jess probably said it best when we were talking about him. He probably just comes in a few too many pieces in terms of where he blends in his shoulder and his forerib. Maybe wants to get up in his spine there just a little bit. Just need to piece him together a shade better to push that one up on top. Young lady comes next with a big white steer, and we thought this pair was actually really challenging. Certainly wouldn't fight you either way if you thought it needed to go the other way. The young lady's white steer is big and extended, got some levelness about his hip. I thought he had just a little bit stouter muzzle to him, a little bit of a easier feeding head, a calf that we just need to probably chunk up and make bolder and wider to push him any higher. Much the same about the young lady's yellow steer. He probably is just a little bit more symmetrical and better in terms of his lines. We just need to make him stouter everywhere, his head, his bone, his shape, but no doubt a calf that you like him pretty good balanced. He can do it, a really nice class that unfortunately has to round out a tough class.
Results of Class 6 in Ring A. First place goes to Kirby Mulder. Second place goes to Braley Clarinja. Third place goes to Mackenzie DeGroot. And fourth place goes to Kaylee Syme. Coming in the ring now is your first places out of Class 5 and Class 6 for champion Charolais Char Composite Prospect Market Calves. Class 7, this is your final call to be ringside for Ring A. Class 8, this is your second call. And Class 9, this is your first call.
A nice pair of class winners that come back out for Charolais Drive, and both these calves are pretty different and contrasting in terms of their type and kind, and I think that's okay because they're both still very, very high quality. The gold calf from that first calf is one that from that first class is one that we really like in terms of the way that he tandems some added look and freshness with some genuine muscle shape and width. That guy is really fresh and high tying in terms of where his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder. A calf that underneath actually has probably just more square squareness and genuine spread and stoutness to his forearm even than the calf that comes in second, and one that's really, really expressive and genuine in terms of his shape up high. We like those things about that guy. Where we got critical of him in class is when we set him into motion, and it holds true here. He's a little bit smaller footed, just not as coordinated and flexible in the way that he navigates there out of his hip and his hind leg, but standing still, there's so much to like in that calf, offers a tremendous amount of quality. And then the gray calf that we just talked is one that's just so good in terms of his fat steer proportions. He's good in terms of his body shape and type, awesome in terms of his top line, his squareness and his levelness of hip, and one that still gives you an attractive look to his hind leg when we study him as he gets out and goes. You know, a calf that's probably not as sharp at the top side of his neck or as high tying as the calf there out of the first class. Maybe when you study him underneath, he's probably not just as genuine in terms of his skeletal width underneath, but I still think he proportions and wedges appropriately and correctly out of the backside of his blade to his upper hip, a calf that still offers a tremendous amount of quality. We're going to keep these two together. Bodie's going to show you which order we like them. If you would, let's congratulate both these young ladies on a nice pair of steers.
Results in Ring A. Your champion Charolais Char Composite Prospect Market calf comes out of Class 6, shown by Kirby Mulder. And your reserve comes out of Class 5, shown by Lauren Johnson. In the ring now is Class 7, Keys. Class 8, this is your final call to be ringside. Class 9, this is your second call.
As we jump into our keys over here in Ring A, a nice place to start with the young lady's brockle steer, and a cool paint job on this calf, and very attractive and very high quality in our opinion. A calf that's got a neat look up front. I love his head, good in terms of his lines. He's got some stoutness and heaviness of structure to him. Probably still more correct in the angles to his skeleton, the one right behind him. If anything, you could bulk this guy up in terms of his rib cage just a little bit, but no doubt a high quality one to lead off this particular class. The red one is impressive when you get right up on top of him. That calf's got a massive back, starts right in behind his shoulder, carries it all the way out through his hip. He's stout in terms of his bone work, and still got a nice feature about his head. The issue is, and why he lands in second for us, is we just read him in the angles of his skeleton. Just need to give that guy more give and flexibility in his hock and his pastern, also just a little bit in terms of his front knee, but no doubt one that is impressive from a look standpoint and a sheer muscularity. Young lady comes next with just a really solid calf that became really hard to pick major holes in for us. The young lady's smoke steer here's got a nice easy feeding look about his head and his neck. He's nice bodied, very proportional and good in terms of his lines. Just to call spade a spade, he doesn't have as much bone, he doesn't have as much muscle as those ones right above him. Hopefully he continues to feed on and bulks up, but a very complete calf that's hard to pick major holes in. Black and white came next to us, and one was just a little bit sounder than the black one right behind him. A calf that's got a nice look, some strength down his top line and some shape. Once again, not quite as heavy in terms of his stoutness at his foundation. Maybe a calf that once again, although an improvement over the one behind him, maybe could just change him a little bit in terms of the angle to his hock and pastern. Young man's black calf comes next, and one that was standing still. You probably want to move him up a few spots just in terms of his look, his balance, and his sheer muscularity. Once again, just need to change him in the angles of his skeleton, give him more flexibility. Young man's kind of gray steer comes around next, or chocolate colored, I would call him. A calf that simply isn't as far along today in terms of where he's at and his degree of condition. Just a little bit more bare in terms of his rib and his center body, but no doubt a calf that's got a nice hind leg and a nice look. Just needs to continue on feed and keep on going. But good class. Congratulations to them.
Your results of Class 7 keys. First place goes to Macy Cantu. Second place goes to Alexa Grunwald. Third place goes to Leah Schuett. Fourth place goes to Peyton Hodap. Fifth place goes to Lucas Sheehan. Sixth place goes to Charlie Folkerts. Coming in the ring now is Class 8 keys. There are 5 entries in the class. Class 9, please make your way ringside. Class 10 and Class 11, this is your second call to ringside.
She goes back in terms of a really good in her ribbon body shape. She's stout king. She's good in her joint work. She's got more than enough power and shape to her. And then when you set this female into motion, I think this one handles her structure and build exceptional. Like that calf a lot. Calf that comes down to there. One that maybe just fits into second for us. For me, in terms of one, I just think build's really good. Body shape's good. She's not the biggest braiding calf to drive. She's not the stoutest. I think there's more than enough to her today. Wants to run downhill, just a niggle for me. But that one's very, very high quality. Built for flexibility to her rear hock and pattern. Love her body shape, like that one's condition. The red and white calf here that's on being 3. Another one I think is really overwhelming in this class in terms of width and power. We like that one's denseness and bulkiness in her rib and body shape. Big bone kind of calf. Set this one into motion. She maybe just gets a little upright about her shoulder knee, and she wants to just step outside herself just a nickel when as she asked her to go there. But on the standstill, wide and bold, like those things about that calf. Calf that comes out for maybe one that props up with a really high quality look from the side, long and extended. Set this one into motion. You would like to just set that one back and angle over her shoulder and lead. She wants to twist up front and maybe just gives up a little extra shape and muscularity when you step in behind that calf. The black and white heifer here, one that has huge legs, big footed, one that's presented awesome. I don't know if this one gets as full, deep into the rib body shape. She too, as these goes, a little better up with her front one there as well. Another one straight to the side, long up to her hip, one that's really big boned as well. Heifer that comes out next, another one's really long and extended. If you like that one's joint work, there's just not enough to this calf. Relative to her frame size, I wish she was a little bolder and wider. One you just like to see just a little softer in that regard as well. The black and white calf that comes out next, one that's got some shape, stout pig, full body. Gets a little closer about that joint work. You like to just freshen that nut out there front one there as well. One you can appreciate that your shape and muscularity she comes with. Really comes out next, the one that rounds out the class. Still a quality calf up to her front one third. Has some look up there. One that's good at her joint work. This gets a little harder. Like I said, softer and wider everywhere. Let's get these kids good round of applause. Very good class winner.
Aubrey Wallace, 5th, Baylor Bolke, 6th, Paisley Wetzelheimer, 7th, Adelaide Golden, and 8th, Harper Van Nation. Now entering the rank, we will have our champion and reserve prospectors. From class 1, we'll have Brittany Boyer, class 2, Ellie Olson, and class 3, Natalie McKenna. Entering B, we can have class 4. This is
Another good class. And I don't know that from the start when they walked in, there was maybe the one that just hit us extremely hard and said they had to win. But for us, really this initial trio kind of sorted up as kind of the higher quality, higher presentation cattle. And yet between those three, we thought these two sorted up. And there's differences between the two. Certainly you could switch them and we wouldn't argue. I guess what we see in this pair is when we study these cattle, the longer that they're out there, we just read this guy to be a little bit more comfortable in terms of his proportions, his balance, and his added hip and hind leg construction. No doubt this guy is probably just more opened up on the bottom side of his skeleton. He's really round and robust right there in terms of his center rib cage, his added spread up high. When we study him here from the side, we still think this calf, while he's not as sharp on the top side of his neck, still probably ties a nickel higher than this black calf that comes next. We think he's longer, leveler, and squarer in terms of his hip design, and probably, even though this guy's not perfect in terms of his rear hock shape and size, maybe just offers a little bit more flex and mobility in terms of softness and looseness of his spine as he gets out and goes. Now, as I mentioned, this guy's probably not just as sharp and tidy initially in the way that he hits you there about his front end. He's probably just a little bit bigger in terms of his actual hock shape when we step in behind him. Certainly an area we'd like to change that guy, but as I said, I don't know that this black calf that's in 2 is perfect structurally. That's why we're still comfortable landing on that chromed up one to win out in this particular class. If you want to talk about one that's really, really impressive in terms of muscle and shape, no doubt this guy hits the mark. You step in behind these cattle, and this guy is square, wide, and dense out of the backside of his shoulder, big backed, big in terms of his upper hip, and very dimensional. I guess for us, when we step off him, the longer this guy's out here, he just maybe comes in a few more pieces in terms of his balance and the way that he gets out and collects himself. He's a little piecier there behind his shoulder. He's shorter and rounder about his hip, wants to get up in his jump muscle and then drop in his pins. And as he gets out and goes, he's just not as square and accurate in terms of the way that he utilizes his rear hock and pastern. But standing still, we love his freshness. That one is really, really impressive as we step in behind him. I'll be honest, if this gold half had just a nickel more in terms of muscle and genuine shape, I think he moves up to the top end of this class, because I think this guy's looseness of spine, his fluidity of structure in terms of his hip and his hind leg construction, and the way that he grabs the ground there off his rear foot is very, very good. That's a big outline calf that's still attractive in terms of his lines there from the profile. Reason he runs into third today is there's just not enough muscle and with the skeleton in that guy to move any higher today. We need to open him up at the base of his chest and give him a shot more bone directly at the surface. A bigger outline calf that comes next that's really shapely and expressive at the top side of his skeleton. Wish he matched that just a little bit better all the way to the base of his skeleton. He's smaller footed. He's more closed up in terms of his chest. We need to drop him and soften him in terms of his rear flank ever so slightly. A really, really sound structured calf comes next. I like this guy's flexibility off of either ends. Certainly one that gives you a fresh and juvenile look there from the side. Maybe just works to his detriment today. He's a little bit drier right there in the center portion of his body, not near as opened up and muscular as the cattle who precede him. My compliments to all those exhibitors ringside. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
In Ring A, results of class number 8. First place goes to Kennedy Burns. Second place goes to Georgia Holm. Third place goes to Kale England. Fourth place goes to Elise Mogler. And fifth place goes to Braxton Reinhardt. In the ring now is class 9 Keys, class 10, and class 11. This is your second call to be ringside.
Hey, bud, you turn around. Right out there. Well, a good class as we continue on in our key show, and I'll be the first to admit when they first came in, probably didn't have this calf winning, but the longer they're out here, honestly, feel very confident. And I think this calf's good. He just holds his head like an idiot, to be honest and blunt about it. The calf is very, very genuine. I mean, he is massive when you're up on top of him. He's big-hipped, he's dense structured, he's big-boned, and then when this young man can get him to kind of pull it together and put it up there, he's not quite as ugly-headed and quite as lower tying as maybe what you thought when he first came in. I think this calf's very good. The biggest spread between the two calves, when we get on top of them, get to this three-quarter view, the young man's the calf up front just kind of swallows them in terms of density and mass and shape and muscularity. Still think he has an athletic hind leg. Not going to tell you that he holds his head up perfect and is just the most picturesque through his front end today, but I'm assuming it's one of his first shows. The longer he's out here, feel very comfortable in this calf. The young lady steer here that comes to two is striking and very high quality, and she does an amazing job of getting him shown. It's hard not to love a Brockle, and he has got an awesome head. He ties high on the top side of his shoulder. He's level out through his hip, and he does have a stout hind leg. The issues with this calf and why he lands in second for us, we thought he was just a little bit twisted out up front, but the biggest thing is when you get to the three-quarter view, just want to open this guy up in terms of his forerib and right out of the backside of his shoulder. If he ever does mass up and get the muscularity that you hope he does, you better look out because he is an absolute killer from the profile with an amazing quality about him. Congratulations to that young lady. Great job of getting him shown. Young man comes next with a steer here that's kind of meat and potatoes for us. Got some shape and some density to him, some boldness to his rib. He's not quite as nice in terms of his balance and proportions. Maybe just a little bit bigger sheathed and a little bit bigger shouldered. Maybe cuts up in his flank just a hair as well, but a good calf that's going to feed very nicely. Young lady's yellow calf comes next, and another one that's big and extended, got a tremendous amount of shape to him. Didn't balance up quite as nicely through his underline and his rib and his center. Then we round out the class with the young man's black steer that once again has some shape and dimension. Just need to piece him together a little bit better in terms of his shoulder and forerib and his top line. But really good class, a fun pair to evaluate on the top pair. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 9 Keys. First place goes to Riker Blackford. Second place goes to Madeline Lautner. Third place goes to Caleb Gaikowski. Fourth place goes to Charlie Dick. And fifth place goes to Brody Hooyer. Coming in the ring now is your first places out of Class 7, 8, and 9 for Champion Key. Class 10 and Class 11, please be ringside.
As we get our class winners back out here for a champion key drive, again, I think obviously only 3 of them, but 3 cattle that bring a lot of things to the table that we like. That being said, though, there's one that hit us really hard in class and we think is just so good in terms of his basic build, his basic type of kind, his genuine muscularity and shape. Thought he came out a very, very competitive class. Young man circling here out of class 3 is going to be our champion. Let's congratulate him.
Your champion is shown by Riker Blackford. Coming in contention for reserve is Madeline Lautner.
Well, just a single entry in our Hereford show, but a very nice complete calf that's got a nice look to him. The young lady brings us a calf that's got some symmetry and some balance. He gets out and handles himself really nicely in terms of his feet and legs. Unfortunately, he just scared off all the other Herefords that didn't want to come show against him, but look forward to seeing him sometime against some more breed representatives, and wish this young lady the best. Congratulations.
In ring A, results of the key drive. Champion key goes to Riker Blackford. Reserve goes to Madeline Lautner. And your first place in champion Hereford Prospect Market calf is shown by Kendall McCarvey. In the ring now should be Class 11 Limousine is a single entry.
just a single entry limousine steer, but certainly one that offers some unique pieces and parts that we like. A calf that's attractive about his head, his ear set, in terms of where they sit on the top side of his skull is very, very nice. High tying and clean and tidy at the top side there of his shoulder. And a calf that still comes back with some squareness and some shape out of the back side of his blade. Big in terms of his upper hip. From a design and balance standpoint, we can maybe just redesign him in terms of where his chest sits on his front sternum in relation to his body shape. We could lengthen and level him out of his hip there ever so slightly, but a really, really high quality single entry. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause as she exits.
Results in Ring A, Class 11. Your first place and champion limousine is shown by Talia Turning. Entering the ring now should be Class 12 mains. There should be 2 entries. Class 13, this is your final call to ringside. Class 14, this is your second call. And Class 15, this is your first call.
Well, a nice place to start here with the young lady's black steer, and he's a little bit immature yet, but man, I think this calf's got a tremendous amount of quality. Look up front's awesome. His proportions are very, very good. Length of body reads very correct, and still a calf that is very comfortable when we get him out here in the motion. You know, like I said, just pulls together extremely nice from the profile. I like his balance and his eye appeal. I think he's got enough back shape and stoutness. Maybe dries up just a little bit in terms of his rib and his center, but once again, a very immature calf at the same time. I think he's got a high ceiling. Young lady star-headed steer here that comes here in 2. A nice one just in terms of his basics, his structure, his ability to looks like he's going to be able to feed. A calf that obviously gives up some bells and whistles compared to our class winner, but a very nice calf that looks to be a turning out one for that young lady.
Class 13, please be ringside. We are lining up Class 13. Results of Class 12. First place goes to Emma Gillis. Second place goes to Aubrey Bruns.
Good trio of cattle, and we like things about the pair that sorts up at the top end of this class. For us, though, we still pretty comfortably start with this black calf up here at the front, and he's got a big advantage within this pair in terms of his skeletal construction, his lower joints, and his mobility directly at the ground. And I think it starts there when we study him down low. That guy is bigger and square and more correct in terms of his foot shape. He's more correct in terms of the angulation of his shoulder, the slope and set he has to his front knee, and just the way that he gets out and reaches off for either end quite a bit longer and more comfortable in terms of his hip and his hind leg set. If anything, we kind of talked, he maybe has a little extra set to his hind leg at times, but by no means is that a detriment to his overall structure and his skeleton as he gets out and goes. And then when he collects himself outside of his structural advantages, that calf is still really genuine and square in terms of his muscle shape up high. He's got the right progression of width from the backside of his blade to his upper pin set. If anything, we talk that calf maybe just gets a little bit longer sided, and that's where we kind of like some things about this red calf, because he is shorter backed, chunkier bodied, and honestly, when he's standing still here, that calf is higher tying and better in terms of just his ear set right there at the top side of his skull. He can give you a really, really freaky and attractive look here from the side, and by no means is that guy lacking in terms of muscularity, bulk, and density. The sheer reason he winds up second in this class today is just because of his build and his structure. He's a little bit more set out there right at the base of his shoulder, smaller footed, and more up and down in terms of his skeletal angles off of either end. If we give that guy more flex and reach, he pushes harder to win this class because he's got some really, really intriguing pieces when the cattle are parked. Young lady's calf in 3 just kind of ran into a juggernaut in this particular class because I think that calf is fresh and juvenile, good in terms of his shape and his spread up high. Today, maybe a little bit of a longer sided calf that reads drier right there in the center portion of his body. He just can't balance in proportion as good as the 2 cattle who precede him. Good class and a nice class winner. Let's give our compliments and a round of applause to those exhibitors.
Over here in Ring A, we get down to picking your champion main, and not a tremendous amount of numbers in this particular division, but certainly thought the quality was high. Started on a good note with this young lady steer here that we talked about just a minute ago. Very immature in terms of his type and kind, but man, you'd be lying if you didn't look at that calf and say he has a tremendous amount of quality to him. Awesome looking, great in terms of his proportions. He's heavy structured, he's comfortable. Is he just ready enough to go today to say that he needs to win or be reserved reserve. I don't know. We'll bring in another one here in a second and debate that. But man, I think his quality is awfully good. Got a good fat steer prospect coming next with a young man's calf and a calf that like just did an awesome job describing. I mean, he's got mass, he's got shape, he's stout and durable. A calf that got out and won that class because of his structure and his ability to get out and go. Just a very good calf that's hard to pick major holes in and just does still have some big league pieces. So if you can't tell, we got an easy winner in this particular group. We'll bring in another and we'll look one more time for reserve. Young man out of class 2 is going to be your champion.
Your champion main comes out of Class 2, shown by Parker Holstein. Coming in contention is for reserve is Josie Johnson. Your reserve champion main on Jews, shown by Josie Johnson. Results of Class 13. First place goes to Parker Holstein. Second place goes to Josie Johnson. And third place goes to Dylan Shuett. Entering the ring now is class number 14, Red Angus Prospect Market Calves. This is a single entry class. Class 15 and Class 16, please make your way ringside.
Well, a really nice single entry Red Angus for this young man and a nice project for him to have. And there's no doubt when this calf walks in the other ring, I think Tucker's going to be fired up because his in-laws feed out calves. And that's exactly where this calf looks like he would excel. I'm sure they would love to have a pen full of this calf's type and kind. He's moderate. He's chunky bodied, has an easy feeding type of look, has already fed really, really well for this young man. And I think it's going to be an awesome project for him on down the road. He's doing a great job of getting him shown. If you would, let's give him a big round of applause as he exits for his efforts here today.
Results out of Ring A, Class 14, Red Angus Prospect Market Calf. First place and your champion, Red Angus Market Calf, is shown by Vincent Correll. Entering the ring now is Class 15, Simmentals. There's 3 entries in the class. Madison Utesh, you are needed in Ring A.
A really good place to start here as we get into our Simmentals in Ring A. The young man's red steer here, and a calf that, hey, he's beautiful to look at from the side. He's awesome in terms of his look, his balance, his mobility, flexibility is awesome. He gets out and travels just extremely, extremely good, loose in terms of just how he's constructed everywhere. A calf that's nice balanced, good bodied. Is he the stoutest one when you get him behind him, when you study him up high or down through his crotch? No, but that calf looks like he's going to feed and turn out to a very high level for this young man. A really solid place to start. Young lady steer that comes here in two is attractive. He's long-bodied. He's extended. He's a calf that can give you just a really nice eye-appealing look at times. He's one that we just need to bulk up in terms of his rib and his center body, but you realize when you're up on top of him just how green that calf is. You know, with more time on feed, I think he's got a nice structural build to allow him to continue on and get better. Young lady steer here that rounds out the class is maybe just a little bit more basic in her type and kind. A calf that's not quite as out there as the two right in front of him in terms of front end look, in terms of attractiveness, but no doubt a calf that can travel well. Looks like he's going to feed efficiently through his rib and his center body and his feature about his head. We wish this young lady the best of luck moving forward. Congratulations.
Results in Ring A, Class 15. First place goes to Bennett Coles. Second place goes to Madeline Utesh. And third place goes to Alexa Gronwald. Coming in the ring now is Class 16. There are 4 entries in the class. Class 17 and Class 18. Please make your way ringside.
a logical class in our minds in terms of every calf kind of having their place. And this young lady with the blaze face calf is going to win and does so rather handily. I think he needs to because of his tandem of muscularity, some added power and punch, and still being attractive and proportional in terms of his look. When you study him compared to this black calf that comes in two, he's quite a bit better in terms of the top side of his neck and where it comes out of the top side of his shoulder. He's a shorter backed calf that's really bold and dimensional at the top side of his skeleton, and we much prefer this guy in terms of his center body shape and his lower body progression from his chest floor back there into his rear rib and flank. A calf that maybe we could set down in terms of his tail head ever so slightly. I'm not going to tell you he's an absolute athlete in terms of his hind leg. I still think it's more attractive in terms of his rear pastern and foot than this calf that comes in two. The calf that comes in two is a little bit longer and more extended. Probably to us just reads as maybe a little bit more of a later maturing type and kind. A calf that's plenty muscular when we study him right there at the top side of his skeleton. Maybe gives up a little bit in terms of just foot size and attractiveness to his rear pastern as he sits there. And then the longer he's out here, that's a calf that maybe just wants to run downhill ever so slightly, not as high tying right there at the top side of his shoulder. That advantage actually probably does come in this young lady's red calf that comes next. It's a tall-shouldered, extended, big outline type of calf that can give you a nice profile here from the side and is probably a little sounder structured than the calf that comes next. The reason he runs into third today is when you step in behind that guy, there's just not a lot of muscle to gravitate towards. He's deviated right there behind his shoulder, not near as square and expressive at the top side of his skeleton, and again, that's why he runs into third. I actually think this black calf next does have more muscle. When you step in behind him, I think he feeds a square and fresher shape out of the backside of his shoulder, and I think he is bigger in terms of his upper hip and pin set. We just read this guy probably today to be the driest and harshest right there in terms of his center body. We could relax him in terms of his rear ankle and pastern just ever so slightly. A good class and a nice one to win up top. My compliments to all those kids on their efforts here today.
Results in Ring A, Class 16. First place goes to Kaylee Simons. Second place goes to Peter Ringcobb. Third place goes to Paisley Carell. And fourth place goes to Evelyn Mark. Entering the ring now is your first places from the Simmental classes, Class 15 and Class 16. We will be taking a 5-minute break after Shorthorn Pluses to water the ring. So we will be, just a reminder, we will be taking a 5-minute break after Shorthorn Pluses to water the show ring. Class 17 and Class 18, this is your final call to ringside. Class 19, this is your first call to ringside.
Well, a really nice pair of Simmental steers that come out here, and honestly, they're very contrasting in terms of type and kind and where you want to put your priorities. I certainly wouldn't argue with you in with anyone about it because I do think they're very different. I think they're both very high quality. It's just kind of where you want to stick to in terms of your principles, and we'll talk about them just here briefly because they certainly deserve it. The red steer has an elite hind leg, and that's attractive to us and what we like in terms of probably our background a little bit with breeding cattle. And honestly, he kind of is built a little that way. You know, he's attractive, he's good balanced, he's eye appealing, and like I said, he does have the advantage in terms of motion and ability to get out and go. The issue is, do you just kind of sit out here and say that he has enough in terms of shape, in terms of density, in terms of true width and muscle compared to that one right behind him? And that's the question you got to ask yourself. We certainly like his build, we like his look, we like his balance. There's no doubt the young lady's baldy steer is more opened up, and you get on top of him, he kind of swallows them just in terms of spread and shape. He's big-hipped, he's bold-bodied, chunky in terms of his rib and center, and then is just quite a bit denser in terms of how he's built at the surface. He's not an athlete, just like Jess said when he talked to him in class, so you kind of got to make your call there. Do you think he just gets out and goes good enough with his advantages of muscle and stoutness? I guess today, thinking about it from just a market standpoint, steer show a calf that we think just kind of is hard to ignore from a mass and stoutness and muscularity standpoint. Help me congratulate the young lady with the baldy. Young man with the red steer will be reserved. Congrats. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job, buddy. Nice calf.
Results in Ring A, your champion Simmental Prospect Market Calf is shown by Kaylee Simons, and your reserve champion Simmental Prospect Market Calf is shown by Bennett Coles. In the ring now is Class 17 Shorthorn Prospect Market Calf.
Nice single entry Shorthorn that comes out here next, and a calf that's very basic in terms of his type and kind. He's good footed, he's clean in terms of his joints and flexible off of either end. Has a look to him that has some practicality and some doability about it. I think a calf that's going to be a really nice feeding project for this young man. Maybe one that we could just stouten up ever so slightly out of the backside of his shoulder, clean him up in terms of his sheath just a little bit. But like I said, a very practical, a nice place in this particular class, and a nice champion. Let's give this young man a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 17, your first place in champion Shorthorn Prospect Market Calf is shown by Radley Malinowski. Entering the ring now is Class 18 Shorthorn Plus Prospect Market Calf. Attention in the barn. Barbara Nips, please make your way to the check-in area to retrieve a lost item. Barbara Nips, please make your way to the check-in area to claim your lost item.
Well, fun one to evaluate over here in the Shorthorn Plus ring, and a calf here that kind of dominates this particular class. And we think this calf's pretty nice. One of those that's hard to look away from when he comes in. The young man can get him set up here, and that is a dense one that is opened up and hard-backed and big about his hip. Still gets out and handles himself really nicely in terms of his feet and legs. A calf, maybe when he goes away, you get critical of him, maybe pulls his hock just a shade, but getting pretty critical of a very, very high-end Shorthorn Plus steer here to be exhibited today. Congratulations to that young man. Jess and I talked about this red steer here that comes in two, and honestly, we think he's really solid, and we think he's going to make a good fat steer for this young man. He's wanting to give him fits just a little bit in terms of how he's wanting to show for him, but nonetheless, that calf's got a nice, youthful look about his head. I think he's nice in terms of his lines, a good balanced, proportional look through his rib and his center body. Just need to bulk him up today in terms of his rib and his outer turn. He's a calf that probably would benefit from just relaxing a little bit and balances a notch better, but we liked his type and kind just a shade better than the young lady steer here that comes in three, who is out there, and there is no doubt about that. A calf that catches your eye, cool-headed, cute in terms of his head shape, a big-bodied calf that's certainly got a tremendous amount of width. To me, he just reads a little bit quicker on his overall type and kind, and you kind of wonder where his maturity is going to play out to. Biggest thing is we put him into motion, just want to free him up in terms of his hock and allow him to be more flexible out of his hip and his hind leg. Certainly a nice calf to round out the class here that you like for his proportions, his balance, his center body. He's a calf that once again in this particular group, unfortunately, just becomes the plainest and most general in his type and kind. That doesn't make him bad because he's very, very nice. Just got in here with a very tough class of steers. Wish this young man the best of luck. Hope he moves up.
Results in Ring A, Class 18 Shorthorn Plus. First place goes to Maddox Blackford. Second place goes to Chase Moen. Third place goes to Marissa Muff. And fourth place goes to Brody Bredinger. In the ring now is Class 19. We will be taking a quick 5-minute break after Shorthorn Pluses to water the show ring.
A nice trio of steers that come in our next class here of pluses. And I think there's certainly some discussion that can be had at the top end of this class between two cattle that are really contrasting in terms of type and kind. And I honestly wish we could push them together. But since we can, I think the one for us that just reads a little bit safer in terms of his build and his skeleton and the things that he brings to the table is this black calf up front. And specifically, when we set this pair into motion, that guy is quite a bit bigger in terms of his foot size and shape. He's more relaxed in the angulation of his shoulder and his front knee, and just hinged looser there about his spine and his hip and his hind leg construction. With that, I think not only is he more attractive when set into motion, but when he stops and collects himself, I think that holds true in terms of his look of balance and his added freshness. Now, when you step in behind this pair, there's no doubt that calf probably doesn't have enough muscularity for us. He's more closed up in terms of his chest. He's flatter in terms of his forearm, and consequently, he doesn't feed as square and as genuine out of the backside of his blade or his upper hip, and that is undoubtedly where this red calf has a big advantage, because I think this guy is big backed. He's dimensional in terms of his upper hip, and he maintains that all the way at the base of his skeleton through his lower quarter and stifle, a stout feature type of calf that's actually really long and extended up there through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. A calf that maybe we'd like to stouten up in terms of his skull feature at the front side of his skeleton, strengthen him in terms of his top, and just fix him in terms of his forerib when we set him at the profile. And as I've already alluded to, his biggest disadvantage is when we set those cattle into motion, he reads smaller in terms of his foot size and straighter in terms of the angulation of his hock, just can't get out and go and grab another gear like we'd like him to. A really basic calf winds up in 3. I think this guy is moderate and good in terms of his body shape, has a really practical and easy doing look to him. Today probably just forfeits some of those added extras to push up higher in this particular class. We'd like to stouten him up in terms of his bone work and just tidy him up in terms of his head shape. Good class. Let's give those 3 exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results in Ring A, Class 19. First place is exhibited by Trevor Reisberg. Second place, Lindsay Rose. And third place, Trista Gwynn. We are now selecting your champion and reserve champion, Shorthorn Plus.
We'll keep the ball rolling along over here in Ring A, and just a couple pairs or a couple classes here in our Shorthorn Plus show, but certainly I think quality is very, very good. These are going to be your champion and reserve out of this particular division. With that being said, there's one that's pretty dominating in our opinion, a calf that we like really, really well. Help me congratulate the young man out of Class 1. He'll be your champion. Young man back here will be reserved. Congrats.
Your champion, Shorthorn Plus, is exhibited by Maddox Blackford, and your reserve champion is exhibited by Trevor Reisberg. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break to water the show ring. We will make announcements for Class 1 of the commercials, so Class 20, here shortly. Class 20 and Class 21, please be ringside. We are ready to start on ring A. Class 22, this is your first call. Entering the ring now in ring A is Class 20 commercial prospect calves.
As we jump into our crossbreds over here in Ring A, certainly a very fun way to start with the young man steer here, and it'll be fun to kind of see where this calf eventually ends up from an end point standpoint, whether he's Denver or somewhere like that. But man, his pieces are huge. You love him in terms of his hind leg, his ability to get out and go is. Love his body turn and his shortness of back, and once in a while. I'm sure he's just getting broke, can maybe come apart in his top line just a little bit. Certainly not close to making it warm in this particular class. An easy class winner and a very, very high quality steer. Nice job by that young man. Young lady's got a really nice steer here that comes in two. Simply more bone and muscle compared to the 1 and 3 calf that's big hipped, got some shape down his back, heavy structured kind of steer. You study him in the angles of his skeleton. He's maybe just a little more upright in terms of his hock joint. You want to free him up just a little bit in terms of how he travels, but a nice one to be in 2. Young lady steer here in 3, this kind of silver baldy. He's a calf that is just very raw yet in terms of where he's at in terms of condition. Still a calf that's got a neat look, a hard shape to him. Just need to stouten him up underneath in terms of his rear foot and bone, but give him just a little bit more groceries and time on feed to kind of smooth everything out. Young lady's baldy rounds out the class here with one that's just once again a little bit farther behind in where he's at in condition, but a calf that's got a nice outline, very sound traveling kind of steer. Wish her the best of luck going forward.
Results in Ring A, Class 20, Commercial Prospect Market Calves. First place goes to Max Lautner. Second place goes to Josie LaRoom. Third place goes to Jalen Harnett. And fourth place goes to Caston Rogers. Entering the ring now is Class 21, Commercial Prospect Market Calves.
a really, really good class. And the quality amidst this trio is very, very good, and things that we like about each of them. That being said, though, we're still very, very confident in starting the young man up here in the cowboy hat to win this particular class, and I think that calf really excels within this particular group amongst his contemporaries in terms of just presentation, eye appeal, and fat steer proportions from the side. I think everything matches together extremely well. He's big-footed, he's big-boned, really, really good in terms of his center body and his lines and the way that everything comes together. A calf that as he gets out and goes, I think is plenty functional in terms of his basic build. You step in behind him, and I think that calf is good in terms of his progression of width up high. Probably where we get critical on that guy is when he's coming and going, just how genuine he is in terms of his skeletal width underneath, particularly up front when he's coming directly at you. He's a little bit more closed up in terms of his chest and his front knee. We'd like to square him up there just ever so slightly. By no means a reason to beat him in this particular class. A very nice one to start. Maybe a little bit more discussion between 2 and 3. This calf that's in 2, we thought maybe just read a little bit better today in terms of his center body dimension, added bulk and density. I think this calf is stout in terms of his bone work. He's bolder and more opened up in terms of his center body and rib cage, better in terms of his lower body progression. And when the young lady gets him propped up, that guy is really high tying, good in terms of his ear set, and big muscled up high. Really, if anything, this guy probably just hits us a little bit quicker in terms of his maturity when we study him in terms of his cannon length and his length of hip. We'd like to maybe just stretch him out ever so slightly, and that's where I think this calf in 3 has a big advantage. This guy is later maturing in terms of his basic type and kind, a long and extended, kind of high cutability type of calf, because when you get on top of him, this guy probably is arguably the biggest backed and the biggest hip of this initial trio. So square to the backside of his blade and big in terms of his upper hip, good in terms of his stifle shape. I guess for us, we probably just read this guy to be a little bit more cylindrical in terms of his body shape, and then as he gets out and goes of this initial trio, he's the most upright off of either end of his skeleton. We've got to make that guy more flexible to move any higher. Thought there was some discussion between the next 2 that come around. Thought there were a few more pieces of balance and eye appeal in this black and white calf to tie into. He's high tying and really attractive. From there back, he gets a little bit flatter in terms of his body type. I'd like to pick him up in his pin set ever so slightly. And then a silver calf that's really clean in terms of his joints. He's flexible off of either end, and we like those things about him. Maybe just a little bit more maternal, I guess, in his overall type and kind. He's flatter in his forerib and more genuine in terms of his muscle shape. Just got to bulk that guy up as we step in behind him to move any higher. Good class winner. Let's give all those class exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results in Class 21 in Ring A. First place goes to Barrett Manning. Second place goes to Haven Cleverenja. Third place goes to Jacob Ringcobb. Fourth place goes to Bentley Tuiz. And fifth place goes to Bentley Danner. And in the ring now is Class 22 Commercial Prospect Market Calves. Class 23 and Class 24, please be making your way ringside.
apologize for taking a second look here, but the decision for us kind of came between second and third. The young lady steer wins, and he wins so handily. If you can't find quality in this guy, you're trying not to, because he is very, very good and very appealing in a lot of areas. He's obviously awesome looking. He's flat and level in terms of his back, square in terms of his pin set, got a big stout hind leg, and gets out and travels extremely well. And there's no doubt about it, when you get off to the side of him, you think he's green, and he is green, but you get on top of him, he does have a good shape to his back. He's actually big hipped. The only thing is, like we talked about, he is a little green. Is he there yet in terms of fluff in his forerib and just overall turn through his rib and his center? He's not there yet. I would think that there's a lot of upside in that regard, but there is no doubt that he is a very, very high quality one that has elite big pieces. We thought 2 and 3 was challenging because they're different in type and kind. At the end of the day, I actually thought, me and Jess thought the black steer probably was just a little bit more genuine in terms of his base width. Calf that got out handled himself pretty well in terms of his feet, a fluid moving kind of calf that's youthful in terms of his appearance, got a good shape to his lower body, to run with that one up top. Obviously need to juice him up in terms of heaviness of structure and just natural shape out through his hip, but that's a good calf that we think is going to turn out to a very high degree. Initially, you wanted to say that the yellow steers maybe got a shade more bone, a little bit more stoutness to him, then he goes away from you and he just wants to close up too much from behind, wants to pull his hock together, and I just want to open him up underneath to make him a little bit more genuine in terms of the base of his skeleton. Maybe wants to get off just a little bit from a balance standpoint and where his tail head sits onto his spine. Young man comes around next with a kind of a meat and potato steer, moderate, chunky bodied kind of calf. They just need to change him from a movement standpoint. It's just a little helter-skelter in terms of how he handles his skeleton off either end. Give kudos to this young man, comes out here and shows this calf like a champ without even a show stick. Maybe one of the better acting steers in this particular group, a cool-headed calf that's got some shape down the center portion of his spine and his back. He wants to get just a little bit drier and harder in terms of his rib and his center body. We want to extend him in that regard, change him in terms of his rear foot. Young man with the cowboy hat comes around next with a calf that's certainly not lacking in terms of muscle and stoutness and heaviness of structure. He just became a little coarser about his overall build. We need to adjust him in terms of how he sets in his pastern. Young lady rounds out the class here with simply one that's just a little bit greener, not quite the groceries that we see in the ones in front of them, but a calf that hopefully is going to continue to feed for her and be a great project. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause on a good class.
Results of Class 22 in Ring A. First place goes to Danica Prince. Second place goes to Kale England. Third place goes to Savannah Sheehan. Fourth place goes to Trevor Van Meteren. Fifth place goes to Nolan Joyce. Sixth place goes to Caleb Gaikowski. And seventh place goes to Bristol Fallon. Entering the ring now will be Class 23 Commercial Prospect Market calves.
I need Jace Ritter from 23.
Jace Ritter, we are looking for you for Class 23. Jace Ritter. Attention in the barn. There is a maroon Chevy Z71 Iowa plated truck with INT 716 that needs to be moved immediately or it will be towed. It is blocking traffic.
Well, no doubt, a challenging class to sort through because we've got a lot of maybe just attitude or first-time show jitters, some calves that don't want to walk at all, and then some that don't want to stop. And yet, even amidst that, we never really question not starting this smoke calf that comes in. And this is one that the front 2/3 of his body we absolutely love so much about this calf. And really for us it starts in terms of his head feature. That's a stout skulled one that's good in terms of his jawline, yet still so high tying and attractive at the top side of his neck and the top side of his shoulder. Awesome in terms of his ear set, stout in terms of his forerib, and comes back with the right type of body shape. A calf that just balances in proportions so well there from the side as he gets out and goes. I think that guy, particularly in this top pair, has a big advantage in terms of hind leg construction and foot size, the way that he grabs the ground. Now, like I mentioned, front 2/3 of that calf we absolutely love. The rear third is maybe where we just like to nitpick and tweak on, and we maybe didn't read this calf just to be the stoutest and widest in terms of his pin width, the stoutest through his lower quarter and stifle, and by no means are we calling that calf frail featured by any means, but he's probably not just the biggest boned one that we've seen today compared to his body shape and everything up high. Again, really nitpicky and critical things to critique on that calf on a very high quality one that we like a lot of things about. When they're standing still, a lot to get on board with this black calf that comes next. Very sleek at the top side of his neck, level, long, and good in terms of his lines. A really long and level hip type of calf that's awesome in terms of just the way that he presents himself here from the profile. You study him down low, he's smaller footed than our class winner. He's not as bold and dense right in the center portion of his skeleton, and just not as flexible and coordinated as the way that he turns and utilizes his rear hock and pastern. But man, standing still, we love his freshness. We like his added extension and his muscle and expressive shape up high. Young man that's going to be 3 in this particular class, we'll be honest, just really hard to get a read on this guy. You can see he's chunky and dense in the center portion of his body. He's big-footed. He's stout-boned. We like those things about him. A calf that maybe gets a little bit weaker and easier right there in the center portion of his top line. Maybe not perfect in terms of his forerib shape. As I said, the biggest question mark on him is we just can't get a good read of his structure and his basic build as he comes out to us today. Young man smoke calf that's going to come next, really basic in terms of type and kind. He's moderate, he's chunky, he's robust right there in the center portion of his body, and a calf that can get out and go, rather functional in terms of his basic build and his lower joints. A calf that gets a little bit more cresty at the top side of his shoulder, wants to roll out right there at the base of his shoulder, and we could lengthen him and level him out of his hip and his tail head ever so slightly. A bigger outline calf comes next. I like his added length and extension, a little bit more of a later maturing look in the way that he comes to us today. For his added frame size, we just need to see that guy come softer right in the center portion of his skeleton, but we like his structure, we like his length, and we like his smoothness. The calf that comes around next is one that's moderate and certainly doesn't sort down for lack of muscularity and stoutness. He hits the mark in that regard. One that's a little bit more jammed up in terms of his front end skeleton. We could clean him up in his lower joint work ever so slightly. And then the young lady's doing a good job of hanging with her calf down here on the end. A calf that sounds structured and practical, has an easy feeding look about him in terms of his head shape and his body type. Maybe just forfeit some of those added extras of stoutness, of feature, and eye appeal to move any higher today. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause on a good class.
Results of Class 23. First place goes to Josie Lawrence. Second place goes to Bailey Prinz. Third place goes to Jace Ritter. Fourth place goes to Brock Syme. Fifth place goes to Christopher Bremer. Sixth place goes to Kylie Hoffman. And seventh place goes to Briley Hodap. Entering the ring now is class number 24, Commercial Prospect Market Calves. This is the last class of commercials.
Well, a good class as we get to our last class of crossbreds here, and with some depth and some quality, and we think a nice top pair of them here that are certainly different in type and kind. But with that being said, the yellow steer when he came in the ring was the one I think Jess and I both gravitated towards, and at the end of the day, he's the one that we like the best. Obviously, he is overwhelming, and just in terms of his bulk and his rib and his density of center body and turn, just kind of looks like a fat steer deluxe in that regard. Really, really chunky in his overall build. You can project that one out and can imagine what he's going to look at in the 1400s, and he's going to be a load. The question is, compare him to that one that is second, and a little bit has to do with maybe how the calf maybe just presents himself in terms of his posture up front. Is he just wowy enough through the front third of his body and give you as much attractiveness at the top side of his shoulder up through the front third of his body? He's not as attractive as that steer that comes behind you. And maybe for us personally and how we like him, you could maybe lean this guy up and shape him up just a little bit. But he is so overwhelming, and just in terms of his mass and his body and his density, we certainly think he gets out and travels well. A good place to start here with this young lady's yellow steer. Young lady comes here in 2, and this calf does have some intriguing looks. This calf is probably just a little bit leaner in terms of his type and kind. A calf that ties higher out of the top side of his shoulder, really level out through his hip, and maybe has a little bit of an advantage there, and just in terms of how high pinned he is. He's a calf that to us, he is big hipped. We thought when you compare him to that one in front of him, he flattened up just a little bit in terms of his rib shape. And then when we get him into motion, we want to maybe make him just a shade more genuine in terms of how he handles his hind leg. We thought he wanted to pull it in just a little bit, but no doubt a very good calf that is great looking, big boned, got a cool look, and a big hip. A good place to be in 2. Young lady comes here in 3, and this is a calf that we kind of kept moving up the line, shoulder back. This calf's got a lot of good to him. Level in terms of his hip, got some shape and density. Thought he handled his hind leg pretty well. Want to adjust him a little bit in terms of his front end posture, just in terms of how upright he is in terms of his shoulder and his knee. We could bulk him up compared to those top 2 as well. The young lady steer here is just not one to cooperate very well, but we think he's very nice. It was a little bit hard to get a great look at him, but a dense one that is big-hipped and shapely. Just we need to make him come together a shade better in terms of his ring presence, make him balance up a notch better. Young man's yellow steer here that comes next is really kind of lean and raw, but he's got a good shape to him. Actually like the posture of his hind leg, like his look up front. Just need to bulk him up in terms of his rib and his center body to move him up any higher. Good calf, though, that I think's got a bright future. Young lady comes next with another one that actually gets out and travels pretty well in terms of his hind leg. Once again, just need to soften him up in terms of his type and his kind. He's maybe just a little plainer and more general about his head shape as well. Young man rounds out the class here that's just a little rougher in terms of how he comes to the ring today, but no doubt a calf that looks like he's going to feed extremely well, looks like he's going to grow. He does have some length and some shape to him. Wish that young man the best. Good class of crossbred steers.
Results of Class 24 Commercial Prospect Market Calves. First place goes to Lindsay Nielsen. Second place goes to Madeline Kramer. Third place goes to Hadley Rosenboom. Fourth place goes to Paige Wasson. Fifth place goes to Evan Ossifort. Sixth place goes to Reagan Tiedemann. Seventh place goes to Wyatt Roan. Entering the ring now is your champion and reserve champion selection for the Commercial Prospect Market Calves.
a tremendous lineup that comes out for our champion drive here in our cross division. And as expected, a ton of depth and quality is represented amongst these class winners and even some of our seconds that are going to come back in. And with respects to that, we think these cattle are deserving to be discussed just briefly. And at the end of the day, we're going to pick 5 actually to come out of this division and come back for a champion drive to talk to you a little bit about what we see in them. This calf that came out of the first class hit us really hard because he's trendy and cute and juvenile in terms of his look. It just looks like a little miniature fat steer as he comes back out here. Big feet, big legs, the right type of body shape for this stage of the game. Reads like a type of steer that's going to progress correctly in terms of his width at the top side of his skeleton. As he gets out here, you know, there's no doubt he maybe hits us a little bit more juvenile than a few of the other cattle out here. If you get really critical on him every now and then, he wants to get just a little bit tighter right there in terms of his forespine. But man, that look right there when the young man gets him propped up is very, very appealing and attractive. No doubt one that's in the thick of things out here. The calf that came out of that second class was one that we absolutely loved from the profile here in terms of his fat steer proportions and the way that everything just pieces together. And that's a calf that as he gets out and goes in motion, we think is good in terms of his lower joint work and very flexible, hinged loose in terms of his spine and correct in terms of his hip and his hind leg construction. The big kind of hole, I guess, in that calf where we maybe like to change him when we talked in class is he's just a little closed up on the base of his skeleton, particularly in terms of his chest and his front knee. We'd like to just make him more genuine in that regard and square him up ever so slightly to feel really, really confident in projecting that one out. Absolutely love so many things about this calf here out of the third class. And man, this view is just so striking of that calf in terms of his presentation, his look, and his eye appeal. He's high tying, he's attractive, maybe not just the bulkiest and boldest in terms of his center body, but I guess we read him as really athletic and having the right type of body shape right there in the center portion of his skeleton. And like Bodie talked, there's no doubt he reads green and juvenile in terms of his look, but if you get on top of him, he does not read juvenile in terms of his muscle shape. He's got the right type of shape, the right progression of width, one that offers a lot of quality. Is he just, again, the boldest or bulkiest today? No, probably not, but no doubt the quality is there. The silver calf that comes out of the next class, like we talked, from his pin bone forward, love so many things about that calf. Absolutely adore his head in terms of his stoutness of feature, yet still attractiveness, his ear set, his front end construction in terms of being stout in terms of his forearm and having the right type of body shape from there back. Like we talked, and maybe where we got critical on that calf is he's maybe not the stoutest and widest in terms of his pin set. He's maybe not the stoutest down low and doesn't maintain the same degree of muscularity and width all the way to the base of his lower quarter and stifle as a few of the others out here. But man, from there forward, it's hard to put one together better than that one in this particular lineup. And then the gold calf that just came out of our last class is just so overwhelming in terms of his body shape and type, really dense in the center portion of his skeleton, bold and wide at the top side, and dimensional as we step in behind him. Again, his biggest detriment is he maybe just doesn't have the best presence out here today. He wants to put his nose up in the air. It makes him a little bit lower tying appearing when we study him here from the side, and maybe his top line doesn't piece together just near as well from the profile. But from a market fundamental standpoint, one that you no doubt have to have in discussion in terms of his body shape and his muscularity. That's what we see in the 5 that are directly out here in front of us. We're going to talk and discuss one more time and put together the order that we like them. Again, we're going to take 5 out of this division to come back for a grand drive. If you would, let's give all of these crossbred exhibitors a big round of applause on an awesome lineup to sort through.
Your champion commercial prospect market calf comes out of class 22, shown by Danica Prinz. Reserve comes out of Class 23, shown by Josie Lorenz. Third comes out of Class 24, shown by Lindsay Nielsen. Fourth comes out of Class 20, shown by Max Lautner. And fifth comes out of Class 23, shown by Bailey Prinz. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention in the barn. Ring A champions, please make your way ringside. Ring A champions, please make your way ringside.
Ring A, we are starting to line up for our grand drive. All right, for grand drive, ring A, I think we are ready to go. Start making your way into the ring. In the ring now for grand drive, ring A, we have Natalie McKenna from the Prospect Heifers, with second being Brindle Boyer. From Angus, we have Olivia Longcraig. I'll read your hand, Brett. From Char, we have Kirby Mulder, Key, Ryder Blackford, Hereford, Kendall McCravery, Lemmy, Talia Turning, Maine, Parker Holstein, Red Angus, Vincent Coral, Simmental, Kaylee Simmons, Shorthorn, Redley Malowski, Shorthorn Plucks, Maddox Bradford, and Commercial, Danica Prinz. We will be selecting a top 5.
Well, we finally kind of got down to, I'm sure, what everyone's been waiting for today, and it's been a great show. It's been a lot of fun. There's been a lot of good ones come through the ring, and certainly lived up to the expectations that you would expect to come to a show like this time of year, with the amount of livestock people that are in this area and what you would expect them to bring to the ring. The quality's been awesome. The kids have been awesome. Ring help's been good. I think the shows ran extremely smoothly. We're very, very excited, not only about what this top 5 will be, but also very much looking forward to tomorrow, which I'm sure will be an amazing show in the heifer show. Once again, want to say thank you for everyone that had us. Once again, it's an honor to be out here with my wife and get to judge it. I wish Ellie, Tucker's wife, was out here with him so he could have someone to kind of bounce things off of and just have his partner out here as well. But they said this past week Tucker broke so much stuff at home that Ellie had to stay home and fix everything and wasn't able to come. But nonetheless, it's been an awesome show. We'll keep our comments brief and get you a top 5. Want to thank everyone for coming. I know the elements haven't been awesome and it's cold outside, but I appreciate you guys making the trip, getting these cattle presented this way and bringing them to us and allowing us to sort. So thank you very much. Everyone ringside, if you could, let's give everyone a big round of applause.
Your grand champion for Ring A is Danica Prince from the commercial. We will now have Josie Lorenz come in as she was second. Your reserve champion for Ring A is Josie Lorenz, also from commercial. We will now have third place from commercial entering the ring, Lindsay Nielsen. Our third place overall in Ring A was Ryder Blackford with a key. Riker, sorry. Now in the ring is Madeline Lautner. Fourth overall for Ring A comes from the Char and Char Composite Division, Kirby Mulder. And fifth place overall for Ring A comes from Commercial, Lindsay Nielsen. Thank you, competitors. We will roll straight into Grand Drive for Ring B. So once you get out, please get lined up for Ring B. Now entering the ring is the grand drive for Ring B. From the Prospect heifer, we have Natalie McKenna. From the Shar and Shar composite, we have Kirby Mulder. From the Key, we have Riker Blackford. Hereford, we have Kendall McCravery. Limousine, we have Taylor Turing. Maine, we have Parker Holstein. Red Angus, we have Vincent Coral. Simmental, we have Bennett Cole. Oh, excuse me on that one. In Simmental, we have Kaylee Simmons. Shorthorn, we have Radley Melikowski. Shorthorn Plus, we have Trevor Reisenberg. And in the commercial, we have Josie Lorenz. Go ahead. Finish up.
You did not have Danica in your commercial. She was number 2.
Was she number 2? She
Yes.
gets second.
Yeah, Danica was second. In your side. Which
I hate going from ring A to ring B and the slight differences.
Well, first off, let's put our hands together on a tremendous steer drive we got out here tonight. On behalf of the summit, thank you for having me to come out here and sort these shows the next 2 days. It's been absolutely incredible. I think we got a tremendous set of cattle out here. Obviously, we're still looking forward to tomorrow as well, and the heifer drive. I think it will be just as good. But it's been really fun being able to come out here. And on the other side of the ring there, we got Jesse and Bodie. And thank goodness Jesse was here to keep Bodie in line today. And that'll go on tomorrow as well. I want to say a big shout out to my wife at home. She's calving cows, and she's been in the thick of it. We've been having it was a brilliant idea for me to have a bunch of cows calve right here in this cold spell, but we're getting through it, and really appreciate what she does for me. But back to the kids. I think the kids have been absolutely awesome. The quality's been exceptional. I'm going to lay the microphone down. I'll find you a top 5. Let's give these kids another big round of applause.
Your grand champion overall for Ring B comes from commercial, Josie Lorenz. Now entering also from the commercial is Danica Perez. Your reserve champion overall from Ring B also comes from commercial, Danica Prenz. Now entering the ring from commercial was our third place, Max Lautner. Third place overall for Ring B comes from the Key Division, Riker Blackford. Now entering the ring from the Key Division is our reserve place champion, Matlin Lautner.
We'll get these done quicker. We'll have like this kind of set up for you. Like it's easier.
You have really nice handwriting for a boy. I want your handwriting. Keep this way.
You'll need to put at least third and fourth for commercial on here though too. Today too. So it looks like he's going down to commercial. I need to figure out who that is.
What? Commercial.
Fourth place overall for Ring B also comes from commercial, Max Lautner. Fifth place overall for Ring B goes to the Char composite, Kirby Mulder. Congratulations, competitors. We will now take a short break to do background photos for grand champions in Ring A and B while we get the ring set up for showmanship. After backdrop photos are done, we will move into showmanship, starting with our beginner division. If you still need to check in your heifers for tomorrow, make your way up to the office. We will be doing check-in until about 6 o'clock tonight.
If you were a division winner in Ring A or Ring B and you have not gotten your banner, please make your way to the Ring A announcer table and we will get that to you.
do the big side with it.
Attention contestants, we will start lining up for beginner showmanship here. First call for beginner showmanship. We will be conducting that in Ring A.
Wow, you don't.
Just a reminder, if you need to check in your heifers for tomorrow, we will be doing that until 6 o'clock up in the office. Second call for Class 1 beginner showmanship. Second call. First call for Class 2 junior showmanship. First call for Class 2 junior showmanship.
I'm calling like.
Dawson Blackford, you are needed ringside for showmanship. Dawson Blackford, please report to the staging area. Last call for Dawson Blackford for Showmanship. Last call. Now entering the ring is beginner showmanship. Third call for class 2 junior showmanship. And first and second call for class 3 junior showmanship. We'd like to take this time to once again thank our sponsors that made this show possible. Premier sponsor, First National Bank in Sioux Falls. Poet, First Premier Bank Card. Farm Credit Services of America. Dakota Bank, MHEB. Prairie Farms, South Dakota Soybean Checkoff. Wager Cattle, and CBS Bio Platforms.
Well, as we jump into our first heat and age division of showmanship, I think we've got to place them from top to bottom here in this beginner division. I thought all three of these kids did an awesome job, and they deserve to be complimented. It's been a long day already to come out here and still show for showmanship. I think all three of them do an awesome, awesome job. There was one young lady, actually, we were just talking about how tough she is for toughing it out. I don't know if she maybe got a little stepped on coming in the ring or something spooked her calf, but as I walked by on that side, she had a tear in her eye, but she's still out here hanging with it and doing an awesome job. Young lady here in the center, you're going to be our champion today. Young lady up at the front, you're going to be second. Young man, you're going to be third. Okay, let's congratulate them.
For beginner showmanship, first place went to Haven Clemringa, second place went to Ellie Olson, and third went to Jackson Hudap. Congratulations. Next in the ring, we will have Class 2 Junior Showmanship. This is our third call for Class 3 Junior Showmanship, and first call for Class 4 Senior Showmanship. If you aren't able to be here and watch the shows tomorrow, don't forget we are live streaming all of our shows on Ringside Live, and you can watch at ringsidelive.co. Hadley Roseboom, you are needed at the staging area for showmanship. Last call, class 3 for junior showmanship. Last call, class 3.
Another very good group of showmen out here as we continue on into our junior division. And we got two groups of these when you got to get to a top 5 overall. So we're going to ask these 3 young people, to come back and show for your championship here in just a minute. We're going to excuse these 2 young ladies. Did a great job. Maybe just change how they set them up in terms of their feet placement, having a little more sense of urgency. But appreciate you guys coming back out and showing and showmanship. We'll look forward to having these 3 back in our champion division here in just a minute. If you could stand in ringside, please give these kids a nice round of applause.
Now entering the ring is class 3 for junior showmanship. This is your third call for class 4 senior showmanship and your first call for class 5 senior showmanship.
We're not doing a time.
Peter Ringcobb, Tice Holm, and Paige Wasson, your class is in the ring. I repeat, your class is in the ring.
Another really good group, 4 young ladies that are doing an awesome job out here. We're going to ask the 2 young ladies here in the center to come back for finals. I thought within this group, they were maybe just a little bit more efficient in getting those feet placed exactly where they need to be, and also in terms of the way that they present themselves. Young lady up at the front, I thought did a really, really nice job. We just want to see you loin your calf every now and then to pull his top down. And then young lady here on the end, I thought did an awesome job of getting out in front of her calf, got a partner that's working really, really well for her. A few times maybe just had your front feet a little bit too far out in front of your calf, but you did a really nice job. We'll have these 2 young ladies come back in just a moment. Let's ringside put our hands together for all 4 of these individuals on an awesome job out here today.
Final call, be ringside. Last call, see this is your second call, be ringside. Last 6, figure your second call, figure ringside.
Now entering the ring are our contestants for the final junior showmanship. From Class 2, we have Cole Reynolds, Kale Engling, and Bennett Coles. From Class 3, we have Bailey Prince and Baylor Bulkey. Class 4 senior showmanship, this is your last call. You should be lining up in the staging area. Class 5, this is your 3rd call, and first call for Class 6.
Well, we'd like to congratulate all these young people getting back out here and making it to this point and competing for your top 5 spot. We get 5 of them back out here, and they are certainly deserving. They're great showmen. They can go anywhere they want to go within the state and also the country and be very competitive because they're good at what they do. And one thing that we always talk about, it's not just like these young people showed up here today, grabbed the halter and walked in. This showmanship's done at home, and a lot of countless time and hours go into it to make these cattle cattle present themselves, the way that these young people are. So kudos to you guys. What we're going to do, guys, we're going to go through and start at the bottom up to first and shake the hands of the people that and how we line them up. So the first person we shake will be fifth, and we'll work up to our champion. But if you could help me congratulate these young people for doing a great job, and give them a round of applause.
In fifth place for junior showmanship, we have Bennett Coles. In fourth, we have Kale Engel. Third, Cole Reynolds. Our reserve champion junior showman is Baylor Bulkey, and our grand champion junior showman is Bailey Prinz. Congratulations. For Class 4 Senior Showman, we are still needing Josie Lorenz, Aubrey Bruns, Gracie Bruns to the staging area. Thank you. If they are not showing, please send a rep to let us know they are a scratch. As Class 4 enters the ring, this will be our last call for Class 5 Senior Showmanship and our second call for Class 6 Senior Showmanship. Class 5 Senior Showmanship, this is your final call. Please report to the staging area. Class 6, this is your third call. Again, if you are scratching showmanship, we would really appreciate if you could send a representative up to let us know. Thank you.
Another awesome group of kids as we jump into our senior division here. We're going to ask the three young ladies again on this side to come back for our finals. Thought this was a really, really good group from top to bottom. I guess as we get into some of these older kids and maybe look at some kids that have had a few more laps around the ring and more experience, to us it kind of goes beyond just the basic feet placement and making sure everything is in the right spot, but also doing some of those added extras of maybe pulling a tail down, getting their head in the right position so we get the best possible view of their animals. Thought the three young ladies on this side did a really, really nice job of that. But again, this was a very, very competitive group. My compliments to all of them. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit.
Now entering the ring is Class 5 Senior Showmanship. Class 5 Senior Showmanship. This is your last call for Class 6 Senior Showmanship. And then we will go ahead and pick your champion, reserve, and your top 5. Final call for Class 6 Senior Showman. Final call.
Once again, a very competitive group of young people come out and competing in this division of showmanship. We're going to ask these three young ladies to come back and show for your championship in just a minute. Young people still left in the ring, just a little thing here and there that probably kept them. It's not really this young lady's fault. Her calf just didn't want to put her tail down. It was a little bit distracting. She did a good job getting her feet and legs set up. If we can get her tail set into her, helps her quite a bit. A couple times the young man does a really good job getting his calf's head up. Just need to be more consistent in terms of getting his feet and legs squared up. It's much the same for this young man over here that was kind of in the corner. Did a really nice job. Just want to be more consistent and have a little bit more sense of urgency with feet placement. But if you could stand in ringside, congratulate these young people. Thank you for coming out.
We're missing Kaylee Bruns and Braylee.
Okay. For Class 6 Senior Showmanship entering the ring, we are still missing Braylee Cleveringa and Kaylee Bruns.
That's all they deserve. We keep hitting the caps. He's being horrible. It's fine. The microphone's still on.
Another really good group and a bigger class with more kids in this particular age division. I thought my compliments to all these kids. I thought they did a great job, even with some more numbers in this class in terms of keeping their spacing amongst their contemporaries here in the ring. Thought they all did a really, really good job with that. We're going to ask the two young ladies on this side to come back for our finals. And within this particular class, they probably stood out the most to us today in terms of their efficiency and preciseness, I guess, in getting feet and legs legs exactly where they needed to be. Also thought they just hit us the hardest in terms of their presentation and intensity that they enter the ring and navigate the particular heat with. So compliments to them. We'll get them back out here in just a moment. All these kids did an awesome job. If you would, let's give them all a big round of applause as they exit.
Now entering the ring will be our final class for senior showmanship. Coming back for our final drive is Olivia Lonerick, Josie Laram, Kendall McGravery, Marissa Muff, Natalie McKenna, Emma Gillis, Braylee Cleveringa, and Aubrey Wallace.
As we get to our senior division here, obviously an awesome group of young people out here competing for your championship in your showmanship division. Want to commend them. I know it's been a long day for a lot of them. They've probably showed most of the afternoon and then are still hanging on here. And I know they got probably a lot of work left to do before they can go home tonight and get some sleep. So commend you guys for doing an awesome job and putting in the work. Obviously, a tremendous amount of showmen that are very deserving to be out here. I always joke when we get to do showmanship, I'd much rather judge the livestock than judge the kids because these kids are awesome. You know how much time and effort that they've put into their projects, and they deserve to be commended for it. But we do got to pick a top five. We're going to do it just the way we did in the last division. We're going to start at 5 and work to your champion. If you could, give these kids a big round of applause. Great job.
In 5th place was Braley Cleveringa. In 4th place was Olivia Lonerick.
Wait, 211?
In 3rd was Josie Johnson.
Who was second?
Who's our first and who's our second?
No.
That was third. Who's
third.
2?
Okay. That
Who was second? Oh, I don't know. I feel like Elmo with Rocco, just like, wait, no, stop. We don't know. And that's for reserve.
at 2:45.
In 2nd place was Emma Gillis. And 1st place was Natalie McKenna.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of our contestants today. Hopefully we will see you tomorrow for the Breeding Heifer Show. Just a reminder, if you have not checked in for the Breeding Heifer Show, you have till 6 o'clock in the office. I repeat, you have until 6 o'clock up in the office to check in for tomorrow. If you don't know where the office is, just go to the north room, and on the west side, you'll see the staircase going up. Thank you, guys.